Hello, everybody. I'm back again for... Well, I don't know if we've done a SIRALIM Sunday yet, an official one, but it is indeed SIRALIM Sunday. Now, we did play a bit yesterday, so mostly it was preparing for a new team. So the goal, oopsies, the goal today is to get that team together. I did most of the work for it already, so we should just have to take it for a spin, I think. I guess... let me see what we should do here. I played a little bit off stream last night because I had some stuff that I needed to grind out. We still needed that trait item from one of our assassination missions. So I just went in and ran through some realms to get that. I think that's about it. I guess what we'll do is we'll switch teams here. I have the new team picked out. I'll run through them all and show you what the idea is there, what they do. We are going to be doing a Grave-Bourne, as it has been recommended to me a couple times now. And it looked interesting. Okay. So we got a little costume here, a little Grim Reaper type thing. So the Grave-Bournes are all built around our creatures resurrecting. Their sort of keystone ability is this one here. So the first 3 times that our creatures die, they're resurrected with 25%, then 50%, then 100% of their health. They can't be resurrected by any other means, which I did not realize when I was initially theory crafting these guys. So I had to cut some options out. They also cannot trigger their on-resurrect effects more than 1 time. So you can't double or triple up on a single on-resurrection effect or whatever, which is also something I had to drop some options for. But we get 3 free resurrections for each of our creatures. So we're looking at, 24. 18 resurrections. 6 creatures 3 times. Okay, so yeah, that's the signature one there. I'll run through the other ones. These ones are pretty simple. The first 3 times they get resurrected, they get 25%, 50%, and 100%. Once for each, it goes up each time they come back stronger. With their different stats. There's defense, intelligence, health, max health, attack speed. All the hits. All the good ones. So yeah, their stats just keep going up every time they come back. Now we also have, not only do our buffs and minions persist through death, normally they would get removed. When they come back, they would not have them anymore, but we get to keep ours. And our stat changes also persist. So those boosts will keep adding on top of each other as we go. They also cast random spells that they have when they come back and they attack 1, 2, and 3 times. They take 25% less damage, up to 80, for each time they've been resurrected. The first 3 times they're resurrected, they gain a random trait that belongs to their race. This is not something that I have thought about at all. Like I haven't built around that, and I haven't even really considered what they're gonna potentially end up with. I don't think it's gonna be anything too wild. I don't think there will be anything detrimental, at least. Alexandria might be interesting since they're an avatar. You come back with one of the avatar traits. The Carnage will probably be pretty good. The Rift Dancer is probably going to be inconsequential. The Whites might be interesting. The Phoenix might be interesting as well. The Phoenixes have a lot of on-resurrection effects. Anyways. What else? Random traits. They come back with buffs each time, an increasing amount as they return. They deal more damage with their attacks and spells for each time they've been resurrected. When they get resurrected at least once, they gain resistance to debuffs, and once they've hit 3 resurrections, they are immune to debuffs completely. And it looks like that's it. Seems really cool. I have not tested them at all, in case I didn't mention that earlier. I've just put them together. I always leave the testing phase for the stream. So I guess we'll go through each of them here. So we have 2 Trepidation Whites here. Their trait is when they die, they attack random enemies 5 times. So there's 10 attacks put together if both of them were to die at once. They also have when an ally dies, they attack 4 random enemies. So both of those have that. That's 9 attacks each from traits. And then the final one they have is they deal 300% more damage with attacks, and when they attack, they are killed, which will trigger, if one of them is still alive, it'll trigger the other ones facing Death's Trail here, give them those extra attacks, and then that one will die. So these guys are kind of like, just like very, ideally, they're heavy hitting and pretty fast. They get a lot of hits out, and then they die, which is good for our Phoenix here, who it's between them, which is relevant for one or more of our traits here. So this guy is, after our creatures are resurrected, enemies take damage equal to 50% of this creature's speed, which is pretty high, and it can get much higher. He's got Midnight Feast, so when he kills a creature, he gains 100% of his health back and takes another turn. And when a creature adjacent to him is killed, he gains 60% of their stats other than health. So he's going to be inheriting 60% of our Trepidation Whites stats when they do inevitably die. So he'll gain a whole bunch of speed and attack, since those are what their equipment here. All 3 of them are just attack and speed. And all that extra speed will help his buffet, dealing damage to the whole enemy team. And then if he kills anything through his own attack or the buffet damage here, he can trigger Midnight Feast to get that extra turn. So that's the idea with those three. And then in the back here, they're kind of our main damage dealers. But then in the back here, we have kind of two supports and another damage dealer, just not tied directly into the combo of these three. So we have Alexandria. This is our first avatar that we're going to be using. I really wanted to fit an avatar in here, and this one had a pretty decent looking trait as well. So it's after a creature gains or loses stats, its allies gain or lose 15% of those stats as well. So that does affect our opponents and us, but we're going to be gaining many, many stats from our resurrections. And as we were talking about here with the Phoenix, he's eating up 60% of both of their stats when they die, and that will be shared with anyone still around. So not only will our creatures resurrecting enhance their own stats, it'll also enhance the stats of everybody else on the team. He's also got Forbearance. When they're resurrected with an additional 100% health. And if it exceeds their max health increases by an amount equal to the difference. So normally, the first time a creature is resurrected in our team, they come back with 25% of their normal health. But this will actually make it 125 instead the first time, and then 150, and then 200. And it will keep increasing their max health each time. So not only will they be coming back with full health, they'll be gaining more max health as well. And finally, he's got Hearty Appetite. After your creatures gain attack, intelligence, defense, or speed, they gain 20% of that amount as max health as well. So this guy's kind of a health battery for us, just fully dedicated to increasing our stats and especially max health. I've built him to be just really tanky, a lot of health and defense, damage reduction, chance to get mending on damage. He's got quite a bit of health already compared to the rest of them. Almost like 3 times what any of these guys have. Very slow. But yeah, he's just there to give us some nice synergies. Then we have the Carnage Antagonizer. He's got Demoralize, so when he kills a creature, he reduces all enemies' defense by 50%. Pretty straightforward. After our creatures die, he gains 25% of their non-health stats, which with Countless Creativity on Alexandria will also give the rest of our party a percentage of that. And after he gains stats other than max health, enemies lose 25% of that same stat. So anytime this guy gains any stats besides max health, they're going to be getting weaker and weaker. And if he kills an enemy, he's reducing their defense as well. So he's kind of there to weaken the enemy team more than anything. He's slower. These 3 here are very fast, but he's not... Well, actually, he is fairly fast. I didn't build him into speed. Oh, I guess I did. Never mind. He does have attack and speed. The idea for him was not to be as fast as these 3, but to just kind of be a backup attacker that gets stat reductions to make the enemies weaker. But it does look like he's going to be pretty quick. we have a chance to get splashing on him so his attacks can hit multiple enemies as well. Give him a better chance to kill creatures for Demoralize. And finally we have a Rift Dancer. I built her for intelligence instead because we don't have any like dedicated casters, so I figured she would be a good option for that. She's got when creatures die and they activate abilities, they activate an additional time. We can't get the extra triggers off of resurrection effects, but we can get them off of death effects, so for her in there. She's also got, after a creature is killed, our creatures gain invisible, so they can't be targeted by attacks or spells anytime any creatures are killed. And she's got, after our creatures are resurrected, they have a 50% chance to go straight to the top of the timeline, so they get to act next, which would be pretty sweet. I think normally when you resurrect, the creature comes back at the bottom of the timeline, but this gives us a chance to come back and immediately get some use out of those increased stats. And she's just got potency, chance to silence. I thought would be nice because if the enemy's silenced, then they have to attack, and if we're all invisible, then they won't be able to actually target anybody with those attacks. So I don't know. I threw these equipment together last night. I'm not 100% sold on each of their kits here, but I figured we'd try these out and see how they work. I have not picked any spell gems for these guys yet. I really don't know what to do with them. Honestly, I don't know that I want to do much with them. I think for now we're just going to go out and test them as they are, and then we will look into adding spell gems in there later on. The only ones I really want to have some kind of spell casting with are the Rift Dancer and probably Alexandria, with just some support abilities. But there's just so many spell gems. I just haven't had time to sit down and go through them all and see what we should really be using. Anything else? I don't think so. We could look into putting some relics on them. I don't think we need to do that right away. I think we should just get out there and test them out. So I just want to go through Realm Instability 0. Just go out there and do some simple fights to get an idea of how they're gonna function. I actually realized last night, after I'd turned the game off, I was thinking about them, and I remembered that they get the extra attacks on upon resurrection, and that might be an issue with our trepidation wights, since what I suspect is going to happen is they're going to die, and they're going to do a bunch of attacks, and then they'll come back, and then they'll do attacks, resurrecting, and then they'll die. And it will just keep going until they can't resurrect anymore. That might work out for us. They're just there to be expendable damage dealers. Can buff the rest of our party as they do their thing. So that should be okay. But yeah, I'm thinking they might not, they'll probably be dead by the first death trigger. But we'll see. What am I looking for? I'm looking for gods. I want to go to a realm where we're close to rank 20. It looks like Azeroth is at 18, so we'll go there. Frostbite Caverns. Okay, let's test this thing out. Hopefully I didn't forget anything else. Alright. Let's see, that's a bunch of golems. Ow. There's an attack. Whoa. Oh my god. They're gonna run out of stat changes at some point here. They're not huge stat changes. 40 is not much, but it's happening many times. Oh my god. Nope, there's the final sting. Boundless creativity. Owie. I'm just gonna hold A. Wow. They're not doing as much damage as I'd hoped. There are golems, but oh, here's a bunch of stat changes not doing anything. Oh my god. Whoops. Okay then. Jeez. I really don't like that one. It was a mistake to turn back on the text. There's so much. Whoa, a bunch of stuff just died there. I just want to look at our stats now. Why are they all attacking that one? Oh, I guess these two probably didn't exist when those attacks triggered. Well, they died. They sure died. That was something else. What kind of damage were we dealing there? 44,000, 33,000. Received too many buffs. I did really want to have a look at their stats. I am going to turn off, I guess, those animations I just turned back on. Because that's taken forever. And we'll just do that and see what that's like. Alright. See what happens on turbo mode here. Long awkward pauses as many stat things happen. And there they go again. They're still going. And they died. Okay. That worked. I'm very curious to see what we need to change about this. Because I'm sure there's plenty. Like the team composition here is something I came up with over the past couple days. Again, just theory crafting, going through the bestiary and looking at what might be interesting. And then yesterday we were just getting the components to put this together. No guarantees that it'll be effective. Okay, well, they all died. Never had a chance to check anyone's stats. Oops. Check the audio levels. Seems kind of low, doesn't it? Right. Try that. A mimic. Oh, it's got a skin. Frostbite Caverns. Mimic skin. I think one thing I may have to keep in mind here is that the team is almost more like our Apocalypse team, where they get stronger as they go. So that initial damage is very unimpressive, but by the third time they've resurrected, they should be pretty crazy. Well, it's getting the job done. I have no idea how this is going to do against bosses. Ooh, feared is a problem. We don't want feared. Prevents us from gaining stats. This idea of using those trepidation whites with the death on attack was just something I had from when I'd made the list. I had the waspids that have that 300% more attack damage, but they die. And I was thinking that would be interesting on a creature that attacks when it dies, since the obvious downside of that 300% damage is you lose the creature after. But if it's already dead and benefits from dying, it seemed like a good idea. It might end up being excessive, or a little too much with having it die every time it attacks. I don't know. It might actually work out. Like I said, they're almost more like fuel. They're every time they're doing this, not only are they dealing a bunch of damage to the enemies, it looks like first turn usually, but they're constantly empowering the rest of our party by doing it. So if anybody is left by the time they're done doing their thing, the rest of our party should easily be able to take them out. We'll see how that goes in practice. If we fight a boss, I'm sure we'll see exactly how that'll... I'm very interested in seeing that Phoenix go off with his damage to the whole enemy team. I forget when that triggers. At the start of his turn? I don't know that he's gotten the start of his turn yet. Nope, he died. He'll be back. These guys are strong against death, so looks like our attacks aren't doing a ton of damage right now. Now the Phoenix attacked. Missed. Oh yeah, I forgot about missing. Oh yeah, and these guys, avatars, have the ultimate spells. Forgot about that too. How are we doing on stats here? Okay, so our whites are dead. Stats are looking pretty high. Carnage is up to 334,000 attack. Huh. What did his... Oh, after creatures are resurrected, enemies take damage equal to 50% of his speed. I don't know that I've seen that go off. I guess I'd have to slow down. Dodge. Why did he come back and immediately die? Final breath. One hit killed with final breath. Oh, that's from our Phoenix must have inherited another Phoenix trait. After an enemy is resurrected, it has a 75% chance to be killed again. That's neat. Sigil of the Spirit. Oh, I forgot we were fighting a master there. There's some wood. Exotic creature. Looks like a dog to me, but what do I know? I guess it could be exotic here. Okay. Looks like they do stop attacking if there's no enemies left when they run out of their all the attacks they have lined up. I was worried that when they resurrect and there's no enemies left that they would just keep going, but it looks like they stop. What I might end up doing is dropping one of those trepidation whites for something else. I just like the idea of having the two of them flanking the Phoenix so we could get that 60% stat increase whenever they die. I guess we could just keep going there. But again, it might be excessive. Seems to be working okay, though. We're not having any spells currently. Slow it down a tiny bit. I also put Chance to Fear on both of the Trepidation Whites so that it could prevent our enemies from getting stat increases from our avatar. But that must have been the Phoenix. Yeah, they do a lot more respectable damage once they've died once or twice. Seems like that initial death trigger on them, before that happens, The damage is kind of meh. That wasn't the worst. Although I think Mummy's a pretty low defense. That's pretty bad. Might either try to build more around these trepidation whites or less around them. I'm not sure yet. I'm also not sure if the maybe the Rift Dancer there giving us those extra triggers on traits that go off when creatures die. Maybe that's too much as well. My worry is always that we're maxing out how many instances of damage or stat gains or whatever we have available with either low damage or low stat gain effects before we get to the big ones. So maybe we don't want extra triggers on some of those if they're going to be lower quality. But I don't know. That's all stuff I'm looking for out here. Just getting a read on what this is going to be like. Yeah, that's some pretty good damage once they've taken a turn. But then they've gained a lot in stats. This team will be, thankfully, very resilient to reflection damage, since everybody's guaranteed 3 resurrections. I don't have to worry too much about a instant team wipe. Each of our creatures will have to die 3 times before they're actually put down. Now there are effects that stop you from resurrecting, but they seem pretty rare. And I think there's also traits that make it so you can only resurrect once. So that might be something we have to remain aware of going forward. Another thing I might try to get into this group here are spells that create minions. Since we keep our minions when they die, it might be nice to have something that can generate those. I feel kind of spoiled by the occultists. They have that ability where they're not consuming charges on their spell gems. My concern is that with how many casts we get just from dying, that we'll burn through our spells very quickly. But if we put like the same combination of minion gems. Maybe something like Summon Horde would be nice. There's another one that summons like 3 random minions. And I don't know what the third one might be. But at least those 2 could be cool. Might actually try that. Just throw those 2 at least on both of the whites next time we go back into town and see what we end up with for minions. Oh, that was 1,000,000 damage. So was that. That's better. I like those numbers. If there's an M, we're doing well. Another thing we could potentially do is focus a little more on buffs. We seem to get a good amount going there. So anything that could get even more would be pretty sweet. It'd be really nice to get some like instant kill effects on those whites. Anything that gave them like a chance to instantly kill, like we had on our abominations, where they had that 50% chance to kill anything afflicted by both weak and vulnerable. That'd be great with the number of hits that they're dishing out there. But I'm not sure how many other abilities are out there that do something like that. Another possibility might be putting a trait like that on them, and then having one of them with their artifact. Instead of doing feared, we could do weak on one of them and vulnerable on the other. And then if the enemy had both, we'd have a good chance of just taking them out immediately. We're definitely going to have to change something here. Just trying to get an idea of what. Might even be able to take that Rift Dancer out completely. Add something else in there. The second chance is kind of nice, but that's on her equipment anyways. Or artifact, rather. So the other two, I mean, she's giving us the invisibility, which is neat, but I don't know that it's essential. And then it's just the extra ability triggers on death, which might be overkill. We're almost up to 20 here. Probably the next run through here we'll have that. Hey, thanks for the follow. Okay, let's just do a test with the summon horde. And yeah, random minion for each creature fighting on your side that belongs to the same class as the caster. So we have a full team of death. That'll give us 6 minions per cast. And what was the other one that I'm thinking of? Caster is killed and your creature's minions gain 3 stacks. That's not it. Caster is killed and your creatures gain 3 random minions. Also not it. Ooh. Interesting. 10 charges. That's an easy way to get that weak and vulnerable on there, like I was talking about. As soon as one of them died, one of the Trepidation Whites, or whoever, died, we have a good chance of hitting everybody with both. That's not a bad idea. I'm going to keep that in mind. At least try it out. Indiscriminate summoning? No, it's creatures gain a random minion. Your ally is killed. Be nice if there was something that hits the whole enemy team with feared. I don't see that here. Here, let's just buy a worm rot too. Gain a stack of zombies. Most of these seem to be targeted effects. Yeah, could do necromantic armor too, I guess. Alright, so summon a horde. Worm rot. Necromantic armor. And I need a fresh necromantic armor. The other one's upgraded with other stuff. Alright, I'm not going to upgrade those or anything. Just want to see what it's like when they start casting spells. Okay. I'm gonna turn the stat stuff back on, at least for one battle. Go slow again. That's why I had it turned off. Oh, there's some attacks. Yeah, so it's just going through each of that dead Trepidation White's stats, and it looks like it first subtracts a percentage from the enemy team, and then it gives us a boost. He comes back. Looks like we're doing it again. Which makes sense because he's coming back and gaining stats, which causes our party to gain stats, causes the enemies to lose stats. All right. Now we get to take a turn. Just looking at some of the stat increases here. Okay. See how much we're doing to this guy with the deferred pain. After we get through the stats. I want to keep an eye on those stat increases and decreases, but it's noisy and long. Just keeps going. no reason. Okay, let's turn that back off. It's too much for our mortal eyes. Okay. I do think I want to try out that instant kill potential on them. I'm not sure what to drop, however. We could drop their attacks on death, their attacks when an enemy dies, or their 300% damage and instant death on themselves when they attack. The instant death when they attack seems like it might be good to keep on them. Maybe we can do the get rid of the attack when an enemy dies, or an ally dies rather. Keep the bunch of attacks on death. I don't know, that's tricky actually. Because we want them to attack a bunch of times. And it is really nice when they die because it'll trigger all kinds of other things. And having the attack when an ally dies is nice because we can get that combo going as soon as somebody on our team gets taken out. It's too bad they can't gain minions while they're dead. Looks like the whites don't usually gain any of those minions because they're dead when it's going off. Everybody else gets it though. Winged Cryptid. Mothman. I feel like the three in the back aren't really doing anything. I mean, they are, but it's all those stat increase triggers and all that. It's the whites doing all the actual action up here. Rocking our different abilities. the other thing is we could try to lean heavier into... there's a white ability that deals damage to the enemy team when the creature dies, equal to like a percentage of their max health or something like that. We could try to add that in there as well. There's many options there. My list for different creatures that I was considering for this class was very long. I think it was the longest one yet. Something like 16 or 17 different creatures. And that was after removing a chunk of them. Well, we are getting through this okay. I'm a little too accustomed to the occultists just insta-killing the whole enemy team and moving on. But not every team can do that. Golem Master. My biggest concern is that we lose all of our trepidation whites, and the stat increases we get from all of it are not sufficient to just take out whatever's left. I feel like it should be, but the numbers aren't as ludicrous as I thought they might be. They're still pretty high, but nothing like insane. Yeah, see, we're sort of in that situation right now. Now, we are fighting a pumpkin, which made their, all of these guys' defense stupid high. So, that is an issue. But even so, yeah, the 250,000 speed is nice. 340,000 attack. Not too shabby. 157,000 attack on Alexandria. 350,000 on Carnage. Yeah, but yeah, this is why. Look at their defense. 1.45 million. 818 million. 1.4 million. But that's because this guy swaps their max health and their defense at the start of the battle. And HP is usually much higher than the other stats. So their defenses are absurd right now. Really gotta kill the Regal Golem because it keeps causing them to heal. And when they defend, they have a chance to snare us. Which is causing us to not go. Don't know if we make it out of this one. Getting over that over 1 million defense is going to be extremely difficult. I think even my occultist would take a while to wear these down. Have we been gaining any stats here? Oh yeah. Stats are going up. Actually, it looks like the Phoenix's speed dropped. Not sure what happened there. Could really use some passive healing to keep up with all that max health increasing we're getting. Oh, lost another one. The fact that they're passively healing with all that ludicrous defense makes this extremely difficult to make any progress here. Unfortunately, killing the Pumpkin doesn't change anything because he swaps those stats at the beginning of battle, so the damage is done. Oh, down a 2. Down a 1. Yeah. Figured. That was a risky fight to attempt there. Okay, so yeah, one of those things I was thinking about doing was doing this, the Wandering Abomination. It's after the creature attacks an enemy with both weak and vulnerable, has a 50% chance to kill the target. So if we have that and the Worm Rot, we could even just have this be the only spell in his don't know what you would say. He would say for this in his equipment. Then he would always trigger that whenever he was resurrected. Something like that would have really helped in that golem fight because we could just ignore defense as a stat completely. Fish for those insta-kills. And the other one I was talking about was this one here. After the creature dies, enemies take damage equal to 30% of his max health. We could even build some, maybe like a giant or something. I think they have a lot of max, or maybe other Colossus. Look at the giants and the Colossus. I know giants have like healing and health based stuff. Creature's defense is added to his max health, then his defense is set to minimum value. Takes 50% less damage. When he takes damage and exceeds 25% of his max health, reduce the damage to 25% of his max health. When he casts a spell, 50% of his current health is added to his intelligence for potency. When he attacks, its damage is based on his current health instead of attack. Yeah, probably not that. Okay, so it looks like only the Cosmic Giant might be nice there. But the Colossus... we have one of these. The Hardy Appetite there is in our party right now. This is for barriers. After your creatures are healed, they gain 5% of that amount as max health as well. Eh. Barrier. Yeah, not really anything there that really stood out to me. How do the wolves work there? Why is this crossed out? Oh. It was disabled for some reason. Dire wolves. After this minion's master attacks, each direwolf deals damage to the target equal to 30% of its speed. What were the wolves called that used those? Hellhounds, maybe? Yeah, there we go. Can have 5 additional stacks. Deal 5% more damage for each stack each of your creatures have. Start of your creature's turns, they gain a stack of direwolves. They never go away. Deal damage equal to additional damage equal to 25% of their master's attack. Creatures deal 2% more damage for each stack of direwolves on your creatures. Start the battle with 3 stacks of direwolves. Yeah. Golems. Yeah, this guy was a pain. At the start of this creature's turn, your creatures recover 35% health. Alright, anyways. Just trying to get more ideas for what we might switch around. Let's run through here again. We will not fight the Master of Golems this time around. Those minions make a lot of noise. Unfortunately, I don't think I can turn down battle sounds any lower. It's already at like 5%. The other thing we might look into doing is get some abilities that, like if we're going to build around the Trepidation Wights, many attacks, get something that can trigger off of attacks on them. Like the, there was a Might that we had used the trait from before. That has a chance to cast Affliction on attack or something like that, so they can have some other things going on rather than just doing little bits of damage constantly. I didn't really pick out much for synergies with the Wights' constant attacks, because when I'd made the list of creatures that I was interested in for this, I hadn't decided that I was gonna have any of these guys on my team, so but now I can go back through that bestiary and look for stuff that, if we do want to build around them, works with them a little bit better. Whoa there. Folks are going crazy. Here, maybe we'll do that. Still. At least put the music up. I had also considered just doing a full team of waspids, which were the source of that 300% attack damage and death on attack. They have a master sigil that gives all of your waspids trait that gives you that death on attack and extra damage. Unfortunately, it also gives you one that gives you a chance to resurrect other waspids. Maybe it's other creatures. I think on attack, but we can't use that as Grave-Bourne because we can't resurrect anyone outside of our specialization abilities. So half of that trait would not be useful. I was also surprised by that because I had thought the whites and the Ossanes would have been really good. Why are we not doing damage? Would have been very good for the Grave-Bourne, since my experience with them has always been that they're very heavy on resurrection and effects that trigger when they die or resurrect. But actually, most of them aren't that useful because they deal with external sources of resurrection. Like the Ossanes, half of them are built around utilizing the rebirth buff, which resurrects the creature when it dies. But that shouldn't work with Grave-Bourne. So all of that stuff is kind of pointless. And then like 3 or 4 of the whites can resurrect you. Wow, that's a lot of pumpkins. They can resurrect themselves or your other creatures. But again, it's sort of pointless on Grave-Bourne. So I tried to use some of the ones that they weren't built around those things, but did help with resurrecting and stuff. It almost seems like Grave-Bourne benefits a lot from things that you wouldn't normally think of being built around resurrection and all that. Although the what are they called? Maniacs, I think. Those seemed kind of interesting as well. They're very a lot of their abilities are oriented around provoking, and they kill themselves when they provoke or do something else. And they do a lot of stat sharing stuff. I didn't end up using any of that on our team. But there's potential there too, I think. For this team, I also tried to not do a tribe. A lot of my other teams have been just built around like a specific race. And then I looked for other abilities out there that would work well with them. But this one I tried to do a pretty different races mixed in together. But I might do a tribal team for Grave-Bourne and see how that works. I'm not sure which tribe would be really cool for this. I mean, the Phoenixes do have some like on resurrection abilities, but I don't know. They're not like super crazy. Like one of them inflicts enemies with stone when it comes back. I think one of them either burns or maybe freezes or something. There's like a couple debuff ones, but nothing really stand out. This one here that does the damage on resurrection seemed really cool. But even that doesn't really seem like it's doing a ton of damage when I notice it go off, at least. Hard to say a lot of the time. But I don't see any like big bursts of damage coming out there and just wiping the enemy team. It's kind of what I expected it might do, but it does not seem to do that. At least not right away. Maybe after it gains a bunch of stats. Will, but okay, we are 20 here now. I kind of want to take a look through all of the, just scan through some of these races here and decide if there is a specific race that I think would be good with the Grave-Bourne. Banshees. Looks like they gain free spells. Have a special ability when they cast it. Nah. After this creature attacks and the damage exceeds 25% of their max health, this creature and the enemy are killed. It's kind of interesting. It's got to do enough damage, but... I was initially thinking about what I might pick up here before I knew about all the resurrection restrictions this specialization had. It seemed like there was a lot of very obvious ones. It's kind of like what I was saying earlier about the whites and the Ossains, like even the cherubs here have some resurrection stuff going on. Chimera's got this one here. After your creatures are killed, they have a chance to resurrect. Some different stuff like that, but you can't really use any of that. That's what I mean. It almost seems like you want to pick something that's not obvious. Because the obvious stuff doesn't actually work. I don't know what to do with these guys. Really want to make a team with them, but every time I look at them, I'm like, what do you do with this? I'm not going to get distracted there, though. Demigods? No. Diabolic hordes. One of the other things I'd considered was the Reapers, because they have traits that typically want you killing your own creatures for certain benefits, but they do have a couple that affect any creature that you kill. So the idea was maybe to take out our own creatures and just like harvest them to get a bunch of stat increases and other bonuses. Potentially mixing them with the Carnages. Just kind of skipped over those, didn't we? Yeah, because they all have, like, when they kill almost anything. Looks like only 2 of them have to kill an enemy. But the rest can kill anything. Mixing those Reapers and the Carnages, maybe. Get to the R's. Here we go. Yeah, so these are the Reapers. after he attacks a creature with. Most of them are 35% or less than 35% health. They just get automatically killed. This guy heals. See, this guy has to attack an ally with 35% or less health. Shares their attack intelligence and defense. This can attack any creature, inflicts enemies with a random debuff for each buff the target had. Kills an ally with 50% health. Resurrects it, but I don't think that will work. This one's enemies. Creature deals damage to adjacent enemies equal to 200% of the damage dealt. Can attack any creature with under 35% health. Gives a copy of its trait to all your creatures. That one was sort of neat. If you had a creature that you wanted to, like on your team, that you wanted to spread its trait to the rest of your team, you could harvest it with that and try that out. Yeah, I don't know. These really didn't do it for me though when I was looking at them. For spell casting, they have stuff like the Fire Salamander. Before your creatures die, they cast one of their spells at random. And when they're resurrected, they cast one of their spells at random for the Earth Salamander. Here's the Phoenixes. This one resurrects. Just doesn't do much for us. This one has a chance to kill enemies when they resurrect. It's not super useful for the Grave-Bourne in particular. Yeah, this one can freeze when creatures come back. We're using this one for that chance to place us at the top of the timeline. This one can inflict stone. This one's just a damage reduction or damage increase while it's dead. And here's that volatile phoenix we have. Yeah, not really anything crazy, like I said. Frozen in stone. Eh. Your creature's attack, they have a 20% chance to afflict the target with a random debuff. Seems like a worse version of Might I was referencing earlier. This one. So after they attack, they have a 25% chance to cast Affliction, which is a random debuff on each enemy, rather than a 20% chance to put one debuff on one enemy. The Nixes are kind of cool. They got, before the creature dies, it casts 3 of its spells. We're using the Shadow Jumper on those Trepidation whites. When the ally dies, they attack 4 random enemies. Creatures can't gain stats would not be ideal. Shut down half of our perks. This one was cool. After it's killed, it grants your other creatures 25% of its stats. I looked for a way to fit that in there, but by the time I'd attempted it, we had already really filled up on things I was interested in. But that could be another cool one for the Trepidation whites. Another option is just to do something like Minotaurs, where we almost don't build around the whole resurrection thing, and instead just utilize it as a handy insurance. So we could make like really tough creatures that are hard to put down, and then we'd have the 3 resurrections on them to make them even stronger and tougher each time they do finally get taken out. Another possibility. Maybe lean into buffs very heavily. Here's the Maniacs. After he provokes, deals damage to all enemies equal to 50% of his missing health. It's killed. While your creatures are below 35% health, they deal 100% more damage. After he provokes, your other Maniacs are killed and they deal damage to all enemies equal to 25% of your affected creatures at max health. After your creatures are killed, this creature afflicts enemies with poison, burning, and bleeding. After your creatures provoke, they're killed, and your other creatures gain 20% of their stats. And after your Maniacs are killed, while it's an ally's turn, they have a 50% chance to resurrect. Don't really need that one. But this one's kind of interesting. If you, if we really looked for ways to get a ton of max health going, we could just turn a team of maniacs into bombs and just detonate them all. And then they'll come back with better stats. I don't really like a lot of them, though. I mean, this one seems kind of pointless if you wipe out your whole team at the same time, because they shouldn't gain any stats off of it if they're dead. This one we wouldn't be able to use. This one's good, but these do wear off. But that's not bad. This one's alright. And this one's kind of just this thing, but smaller, more personalized. It's only the individual. And it's based on missing health rather than just what your total health is. So it's not very useful if you're at full health. I mean, we could do a full team of maniac chiefs. Find something that can buff up their max health like crazy and just keep blowing them up. Of course, anything that has a huge indirect damage resistance is going to really be a problem there. This was another one I liked. After a creature is killed, your creatures get a random buff. Didn't find a way to fit it in, but it's pretty nice. I usually skip over these guys because they're very tribal focused. But they don't actually seem too bad for Grave-Bourne. You got this guy that shares his stats with Imlings. Even shares his trait with them when he dies. When your Imlings die, this guy gets stronger and faster. Guy's a magnet for damage and from attacks and spells. Pretty nice when he can keep coming back. Yeah. There's not really a lot. It's like 3 that are kind of nice. Could fuse a full team of those mutant chiefs or maniac chiefs with these Forsaken Swamp Dwellers. Each of them would have 125% more health. And then when they provoke, they'll just blow everyone up, scaling off their max health. The damage every turn wouldn't really matter. Be pretty funny. You could even do not a full team of them, but just a few of them. Kind of like we have now with the Trepidation Whites. Have 2 or 3, 4. You could have 5 and then just one creature there that's there to just like absorb all of their stats each time they explode. What is the mastery sigil? The maniacs. Maniacs start the battle with 25% more health and 10% less defense for each maniac fighting on your side. So if you did have a full team of maniac chiefs, they'd be getting 150% more health. And then if you fuse them all with those, whatever they were called, it's another 125% more. So they're 275% extra health. When one of them provokes, they would all explode for 50% of that max health. It's really, really dumb. But I want to try that. Gives us something to work on in the meantime. But I can't get the whatever they were called. What were they? Forsaken. Alexandria. Okay. Something to work towards. That just seems really silly, so I want to try it. Maybe our goal will be we'll build a team of 6. All identical. And then we can tune it. First of all, we'll see how effective it is. If the damage is even worth dealing. If it's only dealing like a few thousand op, then it's not going to be worth it at all. Suppose we could just try one and see what it's like when it blows up. But I do want to see what a team is like. Where's Alexandria? Does it say? Oh. Is it the lab? No, it is not. And it doesn't say the realm here, huh? It just says God Shop. Alright, well. Hey, look, a Maniac Chief. We needed that. Yeah, if those explosions end up dealing damage like this, it's not going to be worth it at all. But I do kind of like that idea of doing like, say 5 Maniac Chiefs fused with those other guys. Can't hold the name of in my head, I guess. And then having one dude that just absorbs a whole bunch of stats off of them. Something to play around with. Hey, it's a Mogwai. That is a creature from Monster Sanctuary. That must be the, I think a while back somebody mentioned that, I had pointed out that the god Vertrag is in Monster Sanctuary as a monster you can pick up. Somebody else had said there was a monster in here that was from that. Must be this one. It's a random one to see here. I definitely wouldn't have guessed it was a Mogwai. A rather unassuming little creature from that game. I like how our Trepidation White over there has barriers. He's dead. He's dead, but his shields are up. Automaton Master. Haven't fought this guy yet. Those little plague doctors seem cool. It's a shame we encountered them so long after we switched out of Defiler, because they seem like they'd be pretty nice with him. If all the creatures in your party are automatons, the strength of their innate trait is doubled. Sometimes those battles take a while to end after everyone's gone. No. One moment. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, we'll see how this team fares against another boss. I'm a little worried, but we'll see. I definitely don't feel very comfortable about using them to higher instability levels. I don't have that much confidence in them. I think I might end up doing some work on this team, maybe off stream. Involve a lot of hemming and hawing, trying to figure out exactly what I want to do with them. I've got some ideas, but nothing solid. I really got to lay it all out. A lot of times I'll open up a Excel document and just type out all my options there and figure out what looks cool, what sounds like it would be strong or just fun. Like that maniac idea, it just seems like it would be pretty silly to see go off. Potentially powerful, but it's always hard to tell without having all the like all their stats in front of you, and sometimes you don't know exactly how the game is gonna sequence certain abilities, so it's hard to tell if combo that you think might be really cool will actually execute the way you imagine. Might have to look up where Alexandria is. I don't remember which realm they preside over. I didn't see a reference to it anywhere there either. Hey Sparky. Happy New Year's. Another mimic. Yeah, those initial attacks are not very strong. It really does feel like the apocalypse is all over. Starting off weak. Oh, yeah, see there, the Phoenix just hit for over 1 million. Those initial strikes from the Trepidation Whites are not very impressive. It might actually be better to have them not doing much damage at all and just building around them self-destructing. Try not to rely on them as being damage dealers. You just use them to pump up the rest of the party. Might be wasting too much time watching them attack over and over and over again without accomplishing much. Just get straight to the part where they die. There's a few things we could switch out there. Maybe instead of Trepidation Whites, we could do those whites that deal damage to the enemy team equal to a percentage of their health. Or... Ooh. Wait. Ooh. Interesting. That's based on max health too, huh? After it dies, enemies take damage equal to 30% of its max health. And then the Maniac was 25% of the max health. After you trigger this. Stick around for an hour, so I'm gonna go to bed. Okay, cool. Sounds like a plan. We're just mostly doing some brainstorming here. Trying to come up with ideas for either altering this new team and improving it, or starting a fresh new one and experimenting with that. Nothing super exciting. Yeah, that Dreadwhite trait might be interesting. If we could share that with something, or just get the trait so every one of them had all three of those traits, the extra 125% health, the Chief's Detonation, and the Dreadwhite's, what is it called? Woe, I think. Because then all of their traits would be about enhancing their max health and then dealing damage when they die based on their max health. It's another idea. Alright, was that all? Map's probably not big. We haven't been here that much. No. A little bit up here. Adding spells to the rest of our party would probably help, but honestly, I don't think it would make a huge difference. We're mainly taking out enemies before we ever get to the other, like the back three there, before we ever get to their turns. So even if they had spells, they don't often die. These three back here don't often die, so it's not like they'd be casting during their turns or when they die, because it doesn't happen that much. All the actions right here with these three. What do we got here? Oh, what did this guy do? Probably gonna have to wait a while to find out. Oh yeah, they're already going. Alright, let's see how this team does in a boss battle. Hey, Deceiver. Oops. New year, new group. Yep. That is the case. In fact, we're already looking into making a new one. Can't decide if I want to tweak this one or build something fresh. I'm undecided. Just testing them out for now. He steals stats and shares. Oh. Well, he's got feared, so that shouldn't happen. Yeah, we got a Grave-Bourne team going now. Trying out the Grave-Bourne. Gotten a few recommendations for it, so well, just to try it, not anything specific for the teams. Phoenix's health is going way up. It would be really nice to get some passive healing in here for sure. The Carnage there has all that extra max health there, but I haven't actually healed. Oh. Got a card. Sweet. Always nice when a card pops out of a chest. Yeah, I honestly don't think I've seen too many cards come out of chests. I feel like I always get them off of creatures. Might be the first one I've seen. Where did those things go again? I really gotta memorize what these are called. Not ghouls. Where were they? Lepers, leeches. Must have been around here. Hints. Huh, maybe not. Thought it was maybe a D, but not seeing them. Wasn't the Masochists? I swear it was before all this stuff. They're the creatures that start with like extra stats, but then they lose stats as the battle goes on. I don't remember any specific names. I don't have any of them, so they're not very familiar to me. It's a god shop thing. Oh, I know why I'm not seeing them. I'm in my summoning thing, not the bestiary. That would do it. Not the Hemomancers. Not the Dryads. Going crazy now. Not the Tox Dwellers. Not the Smiths. They're Alexandria's God Shop creatures. Clockworks? I don't think it was Clockworks. They were all like mutant looking things, almost like ghouls. I know one of them had like mushrooms on them. Oh, here they are. Forsaken. Yeah, God Shop Alexandria. Yeah, they start with like 100% more of a stat or multiple stats, but they lose them every turn. Okay. Do you know which realm Alexandria is in also? Because I guessed, but I evidently guessed wrong. I don't know how to look up in-game where any of them preside. Favor level of gods. Oh, I guess their symbols probably show, right? Alexandria. It's like a cog or something. Yeah, shield. So oh, Damaral. Okay, there it is. Thank you. Yeah, Damaral. Okay. Good to know. Yeah, we're only rank 6 there. Alright, well we did beat a boss with this team, but I can't say I was overly impressed with their current performance. We'll definitely have to do some tweaking on that. But I don't think I'm gonna do that tonight. Again, that's gonna involve a lot of staring at the bestiary, more than we've already done. And looking at all my trait materials and stuff. I'll save that for my time. In the meantime, I suppose... Oh. Okay, we're still working on the prophecies. I do have a lot of piety that I have not spent. I think we've turned in a couple of these runes and I haven't spent any of that. So we'll work on completing this. And I think we'll switch back to... Hard not to do the evoker in the interest of saving time and getting this done faster. Okay, so we need to kill chaos creature, 2 whole chaos creatures. Oh, defeat a god. Defeat Aramaki. First time I've gotten that. I could look at what he does. Looks like I've beaten him before. We could try that one. Ow, my eyes. Oh, God. What is this team? We've got 2 malignant storms. That is not allowed. Oh. Wait, what? Target's health is set to 50%. Is there a reason that I can't target them? Am I missing something? You can't use this on enemies? It just says target. I'd grab that specifically for these malignant storms. Night, Sparky. Happy New Year. Thanks for dropping by. I'm very confused by everything that just happened in that fight. None of our creatures came back either when our resurrection should have happened. I don't know what that was about. Was that halfway through? Target's health is set to 50%. Target takes a small amount of damage. Target's lowest stat. The language isn't any different on this. That's why I'm very surprised that that wouldn't let me target the enemy. Well, I just said we needed to defeat this guy, not on what level, so let's just do a 5. Just trying to complete the prophecy. Okay. Alright, let's do some runs through Damaro. Minions, zombies. Max buffs 2, heal every turn. I really want to do a Necromancer team too. This is... Oh yeah, that is right. But there's too many other things I want to do for that, so I'm trying not to think about it. I'd really like to get a Grave-Bourne team I'm at least just, somewhat satisfied with. I like our apocalypses. Like they weren't amazing, but they were fun. Fun enough. I mostly enjoyed their kind of theme, building them around the chaos gods of Warhammer and all that. And they did the job, but their playstyle just wasn't quite for me. Wouldn't mind revisiting some of our past teams as well. It'd be cool to go back to my my very first team and see what we can do to it now that we've progressed so much, unlocked so many other new options and all that. But that is yet another project. Lord of Smells. Yet another project to add to the list. There's all the batteries. 2 out of 3 in this one room. Hey, got a god spawn. Ready to go. And if we can summon that maniac. Nope. One of the very few that we cannot. Okay. Emus. Ajaburku, I think that one is new as well. That might have been the ice god there. This guy. There's Emus. Oh, this must have been Muse. Creature's attacks deal 75% more damage and inflict the target with inverted. Oh no. Ajaburku is that one. We did hit 20 on that other guy, right? Azrael. Oh, it says right there. Oh, I see why. Yeah, so Ajaburku is the new one, but we'd already seen him before, which is why he's in my bestiary already. Yeah, he's at 0%. Okay, I'll start that. We'll go to instability 5. They'll have thorns. They died. Keyforge mission finished. I think we just got one of those earlier. Can't believe how many costumes there are. Come out of every realm with like half a dozen. Tribute to the end. Huh. Big gold apocalypse statue. There's the Forsaken Master. Alright, let's go turn in that project. Start another one. Okay, so the only things left on our prophecy are gambling dwarf things to do, and there's we have to do 2 experiments, but I'm not going to bother with that. I'm not going to wait to turn this in for like 20 realms while we wait for that. So let's got to do SIRALIM once. The only one I did not talk to. Three 2s in a row. 4. That's just 2 2s. Did it again. Not an odd number to be seen. Scratch cards. Gotta do that twice. You can use more of these at once to get bigger rewards, but I typically only do this for the prophecies. I figure eventually we'll have a good stockpile of them, and we can just spend everything we have and see what we get. Slot machine twice. rigged. Nothing? Alright, well, let's turn that in. Gotta put a rug in front of this thing so I know that this is what I'm looking for. Place this little thing here with a rug in front of it. Every time I come in here, I just go straight up to it. It is not the correct thing. So we got just under 100,000 IAD. Up to 100, right? Yeah. I think we'll just keep increasing the ones we have. They're getting very expensive. It's 25,000 for a new one. I'm sure that'll be like 50,000 after that. Rose Thorn up to 30. Blaze Fire. Flesh Ripper. Aww. Just shy of getting our last one up to 30. So now the Flesh Ripper is when an enemy takes damage from bleed, the bearer recovers health equal to 30% of the damage taken. Blaze Fury, the bearer is healed instead of taking damage from burning. Rosen Thorn is at the start of its bearer's turn. The relic attacks enemies with blind. The attacks deal 15% less damage for each enemy it attacks. Okay. Keep been on Alexandria's favor. Clockwork Master. Be nice to be running through a realm where the occultist master spawns, because then we could keep increasing our mastery with cultists. But I don't think we've seen him too many times. I think yesterday we might have found him a few times. See what our mastery is for them. Yeah, mastery 3, that's actually not bad. It's like 4 is the highest we have. Oh, there's a 5. Mimics. Yeah, so 3's not so bad. Overly complex machinery. Spiderlings, less intelligence, protected. looking at here? A painting or a rug? What is it? Juju? Mystifying. Dude's got like 1 HP. 1 HP. There he goes. Couldn't even see his health bar. It's 350. I don't know. I almost want to say it was 250. I gotta look at what level we're on now. I'd be able to tell a bit better. Let's see. Projects. Keyforge. In Wyatt off? Not sure I know what you mean. Oh, we're on 334 right now, so the gate must be 250 instead, because we're not at 350 yet. Been a while. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, 250 must be pretty early on, I'm sure. Seemed like it took me forever to get to there, but from the sounds of how far other people have talked about being from where I am, definitely a earlier unlock. Yeah, I gotta start messing around with the game more. I'd really like to find a avatar that I really like and just build a team specifically around them. Or maybe even do the Fnatic, do a God spawn and avatars, and just upgrade heck out of one of those avatars. Maybe start with just one and upgrade that. Maybe develop it into a bigger team with avatars and God spawn. Free win versus the summoner one? Oh, you're talking about Muse? I have beaten her. I don't know that I beat her on 10. Might have beaten her twice on 2. I can't remember. I forget how I did too. There was something I picked up somewhere. Yeah, I've killed her twice. That is a large number. Oh, as long as you have first turn. Yeah, it looks like I beat her on 5 twice. Right, right. Spell's called Self-Mutilation. Is that a God Shop one? I don't think I've heard of that one. Let's see if I have it. No. Well, I imagine it's death, but maybe not. Chaos. I don't seem to have it. I haven't picked up any new spells for a while. I don't know. You sure it's not a God Shop one? I stopped getting spells long ago. Huh. Interesting. May have to look it up later. Wyverns, health, resist debuffs. Should be fine. Boy, get out of here. Oh, mass mutilation. See if I can... Maybe it's in the list here. Oh yeah, there it is. creatures attack themselves for 25% normal damage. Oh yeah, that sounds pretty good. Does that trigger all their minions to attack themselves too? The ones that can. Yeah, that's pretty great. Oh right, spiders, yeah, war. Gross. I may have to try that out. Treasure golem. Reclusa is the Gambler's Hive. Spent a lot of time there last night. Bile Maw. Ew. See what his deal is. Ignores 10% of enemy's defense for each dead creature. And where did the Mogwai go? Was that not a exotic? Or is it not called a Mogwai in this? Huh, I don't see it. Yeah, it's not on the list. Interesting. Huh. Alright, boss fight time. Xerxes. started to make teams around it to beat him. Yeah, to unlock all the avatars. Yeah, I'm still messing with the specializations. Building new teams around those. I've already got a number of avatars. Definitely not all of them. But I'm sure once I start using avatars in my teams a lot more, I'll want to do that to get the upgrades for them too. There's definitely a few that I skipped over because I knew I just could not deal with them with any of our teams that we have. Yeah, the magic missile. The main benefit of that magic missile is it is an arcane spell that triggers some other stuff. Like debuffs. We get a ton of debuffs out of those 0 damage magic missiles. But yeah, she is definitely one of the ones that could get dropped. Though we do use the Vigil for the occultists, which requires that they all be occultists. There are a couple other ones that I could use, but it just chosen her to try, and haven't done anything else with her since. Tray called blend in. What is it? Change your race or something to match the rest. I've seen some stuff out there kind of like that. I think maybe the chimeras or the cockatrices or something had stuff like that. Gotta be tricky about it and follow the rules. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I think this is maybe our 3rd draft of this team. So it's probably not done. Well, it's definitely not done. There's definitely some things that I would like to change about it still. It's just working with everything we're doing at the moment, so I haven't wanted to take the time to do any of the tweaks. Do we have the guy yet? No. Okay. Gotta respect the order of the battle start effects. Yeah, they work pretty nice. When I want to just run through and get a bunch of favor or knock out a bunch of quick battles, it's hard not to use them. They're just so efficient. Doesn't have much life expectancy. You mean like as I reach the higher levels or something? Or just like their general durability? Because they are not durable. That is very true. But we are on instability 5. And really not struggling at all. As you climb, you have to be at the gates. Yeah. You don't have to, but it's a good test. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, this is just the team that we've had the most success with so far. That's why it's kind of my default right now. Be using abominations otherwise, but this one worked a lot better. Even though I did enjoy abominations. Yeah, how flexible it is. I have been incorporating new spells into their lists to deal with a lot of the weird combinations that we end up running against sometimes. Those have been nice additions. Actually, construct the team that just wins. Oh yeah. That's right. Yeah, I bet there's some ridiculous combinations you can come up with. Roll the cup and go. Until you run out of keys. Oh yeah, for sure. And you can only get keys through the projects and the bosses, right? It's not like you can just grind out a ton of them at once or anything. Chest maybe? Oh, maybe. Yeah. Big chest. Lighted. Wondering why our health didn't go up there. We'll do it. Oh, we're always blighted. Roll instability. Try not to be higher gamer. Let's have the bigger loot bonus. And that's essentially why I have it on now. I would just have it on normal otherwise. Just because it goes faster. But there's not really any reason not to gain some extra stuff along the way. So I figure, why not? Alright. When I was trying to get to the gate, I was mostly running with no instability just so I could get there much faster. The battles were like a second long, but who needs it? Highest loot bonuses are not the hardest mods most of the time. Yeah, right. True. Usually try to avoid extra traits. Yeah, those have a habit of suddenly causing a lot of problems, it seems like. I've definitely ran into a few of those. Somebody had something that really messed us up. Yeah, 4 traits per mob. Right. I don't know these things very well. Starts with 5 random buffs. Well, I guess we could take those off. Our relics. I took them all off because they were... the ones I have, I don't have all of them. The ones I have were for our debuffers and attackers. And only like 2 of them would be of any use on these. In fact, one of them was a problem last night where it kept casting heal and screwing up the battle we were in. So I just took them all off. Once we get some better ones or upgrade the ones we have to actually do something useful, I'll probably put them back on. We just upgraded the 6 that I had to 30, so we haven't made a ton of progress with those. Considering there's 100 levels. I do stay on top of that prophecy rune. Try to turn that in whenever I can. After like 3 inferior teams until I went into the Regulus shenanigans. Regulus shenanigans. Regulus sounds familiar, but I'm not sure what it is. Oh. Okay. Speed stacking, resurrection is offense. Trait sharing, same class synergy. Oh, okay. I'd like to do something that involves some kind of... Oh. Yes, the... Right, she's the nature, the god of poison. She's like creatures of the same class as her share their traits or something like that. I almost used her in our Pot Lust. Almost used her in the new team I just built, but then I decided I'd rather build around her with another team, so left her out of that one. Called Brothel. Yeah, that's true, right? or trait or something. This one here. Oh, no, not recluse, Regulus. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that one seems really cool. Sharing their traits. Yeah, these are all the ones I have. I have a decent number of them. Most of them I got on 10. But definitely still have a ways to go. I guess not most of them. It's like some of them I got on 5. It's probably before I built this team. Don't remember. This guy seemed like an issue. Creatures are immune to damage that doesn't come from attacks or spells. Although, could probably do a Defiler there. Start a battle order to make use of it. The same class issue. Right. And you can't make her you can't change her. Wait, can you change her class? I guess you can't change her class without. Sorry. You can change her class if you fuse her with something else, right? Or if you use a spell, obviously. But you can't make a creature that has her as a fused trait, right? So yeah, you kind of gotta maneuver around that. I think that's why she ended up not being in my team, because our whole team was death. But then I was like, oh, that would be cool. But then I realized you couldn't use her with something else and keep the innate trait of the first one. So I was like, okay, well, they're not going to be nature. I see. Nerfed multiple times in a row. I don't doubt it. It's scary that she's still that way. I can only imagine how much stronger. Your team is light. So you do some, you do one of those spells that like changes your whole team's class or something. No. Is that the start of the battle? Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Some kind of trait or something then. Oh, that's right. That's right. Caustic Reactor is Benadon? What do we got going on here? Inhabited by Imlings. No additional cast or extra traits. Extra defense. I see. And Grave-Bourne. Yes and no. We did start the stream with Grave-Bourne because I just finished up the team that I wanted to try last night. And we ran around with it for a little while. But I definitely got to do some adjustments to it to make it work better. I mean, it was fine without any realm instability. We were getting through it just fine. But I didn't think I could take it into instability like 2 or 3. Definitely got to do some adjustments. Yeah, we definitely changed teams quite a bit. I'm already thinking of what I want to do for some other teams as well. Gog. Yeah, there's just so much. Like I got to go to the arena too. I haven't even looked at the dwarves shop for a long time. There's just so many things to work on. More avatars, more possibilities. Very true. I'm definitely curious to see what other traits they have out there. Alright, build defining. Does this have the stupid cloud thing, or why is this not taking damage? Oh, it's just got barrier, I think. Just not noticing his health. No, he's taking 0 damage. Why does he have shelled forever? And center some team builds around a trait. Remember Regulus? Yeah, we were just talking about that too. Regulus. Why is this thing not dying? Can we dispel all that? Oops. Not what I wanted. Still no damage. There it goes. When I do the fanatic or whatever, the avatar and god spawn one, I think I really want to do something with Tamir Murgo built around those ultimate spells, so they can just keep casting them. But I haven't looked at many of their ultimate spells, so in fact I think I've seen like 1. So I really don't know just how powerful some of those are. Might not be worth it. Smog Master. Want fights to be swift. Well, doesn't he just make them so they can cast multiple times without running out? Because if we did something like this team here, they could cast those spells a bunch of times right away. End it that way. But again, I don't know what their individual spells are, so I'm not sure if they... I'm sure some of them have good stuff for that, but I don't know what they are. I'm sure some of them are not good for that. Oh my god. Well, that's what I get for not paying attention. What happened there? And then this happens. I think my problem was I was staring at chat while that was happening. Impression of Grave-Bourne? I really like what you can do with it. I just got to build a better team around it. A lot of the stuff I thought was going to be good for that without really looking into it ended up being not so good because they can't resurrect outside of the specialization perks, right? Like you can't use resurrection traits or spells or anything, right? And you can only get that one trigger for your resurrection X as well. You can't like double up or anything on them. So I had to rethink a lot of the stuff I was interested in. Couple whites are good. Yeah, that's what I suspected that the Osane and the whites would be great, and then I was looking at them and I was like, oh, well, these don't do anything. There's a few of them that are nice. But yeah, like Rebirth is kind of silly. You just can't do anything with that. Whites that resurrect themselves are kind of pointless. This is what we ended up with. Coming up with your own team, so you can see someone having every creature on the team. And the white trait that increases your stats when an ally dies. That's kind of what we have going on this one. We have Alexandria here so that whenever anybody gains or loses stats, their allies gain a percentage, which leads to a lot of stat increases. Not as the bonuses are not very big, but those were kind of cool. And then the main kind of quirk to this team was that we had these two trepidation whites. So they attack when they die. I fused them with a Nyx that makes it so when allies die, they attack. And each of them has final sting, so they die when they attack. So they get a whole bunch of attacks going off. The damage was not as impressive as I'd hoped it was, but they usually clear the enemy team after a while. And usually right away. Like usually we can kill them in the first turn or beginning of the turn. And then this guy deals damage when our stuff resurrects. He gains 60% of their stats when they die too, so he gets pretty strong. I don't know. There's definitely work that can be done on this. I'm not super satisfied with how it played out. Even though I don't know that we lost. We might have lost one. What, realm depth? We're getting close to 350. Yeah, 337. So we're getting there. Chugging along. But every time we stop to build a new team or something, or work on something else, we kind of slow down that progress. someone who's on floor 10,000 plus. Oh my god. That's just crazy. So there's no level cap, right? Does it just go on forever? At this point, I can't imagine there is one. Here, I'll run through Damarel with this team again. I'll turn the stat text back on just for this first fight. Takes forever with the text. Still gonna hold A. There's a lot of this that happens. Goes on and on and on and on. Can probably take those minion gems off there now. They almost never come into play. Jesus. Thank you. I'm turning that back off. Good God. With the text off, we just get long, awkward pauses. Looks like nothing's happening. Has anyone spoiled what happens? No. No, not yet. I just know that there's something around there. Probably because you've mentioned it, but I have no idea. Surprisingly, I don't think I've had anything spoiled. I guess the closest is I didn't know what anointments were until somebody offhandedly mentioned one in a Reddit thread somewhere. Probably the only time I'd seen anything about SIRALIM on Reddit. But actually, no. The first time I'd seen anointments mentioned was when I got the royal specialization, and it said it did something with anointments. I didn't know what that was. And then I think I'd seen somebody say that it had something to do with being able to get perks from other classes or something like that. Yeah, this team here, I mean, I can clear these instability zeros just fine. Not really any threat of losing here. But it takes a while just to get through these battles. And I know we can improve. Feels like half the team isn't even doing anything most of the time. Oops. We're attacking the wrong things. Set the default to either cast or defend. You're attacking next to nothing. Yeah. Yeah, this is the first time we've taken them out. Most of them don't even have spell gems right now, just because I wanted to test what the main attackers were going to be like. And I just hadn't had the time to go through all the spell gems I wanted to look into. The guys in the back could definitely go to defense. And the whites don't do a ton of damage the first time they attack, but then every time they die, they're buffing everybody else. They do more damage. Every time we buff somebody, every time we buff our team, the enemy team gets reductions. So they're getting weaker too. Just takes a few resurrections, maybe an extra turn before our damage gets decent, respectable. Smog Master. I really want some triggers going off on these whites' attacks. They attack so many times. It seems like a waste to not have additional things going on if their damage isn't just going to be stupid high. I'm pretty sure I'm going to try something like we had on the Abomination team, where they can get that 50% chance to instantly kill an enemy they attack if they have weakness in vulnerable. I think that would be really useful if we could get the whole team with that and then just have these guys go off and attack 100 times. Unless that doesn't work for some reason, but I don't see why it wouldn't. I was going to try it at least. Here, I'll set the this one to defend. This one should be cast, but I don't have any spells on it. The Rift Dancer almost never gets to go, so hasn't been an issue. But I think I want to, in addition to tweaking this team, I do want to do some kind of silly team that involves maniacs just blowing themselves up and then resurrecting and doing it again. See what kind of damage that's capable of putting out. So I've got some ideas for this one, but not there yet. It's actually why I'm running through this place so many times, trying to get enough favor with the god here that I can buy one of the creatures that I want to use for that maniac setup. Alright, we're at 13 now. Still don't have him. Looking for the one that increases his max HP by 125%. But not here yet. Oh, 3 projects. Arnamaki's at 3. Really need a boost to that one. And what else? Do we have one for this? Defeat Vanadon. Don't have any other mission ones here. Okay, well, I guess we could do maybe a hunt for that maniac. chief. Okay. Ooh, it's after 10, huh? I'm looking after some dogs right now, so it's their bedtime. So I'll probably wrap up here tonight. It's getting cold in here too. I gotta turn the heat on. Oof. Anything else I want to do? I guess we could just do our little gambling dwarf prophecies here. Scratched cards 3 times. SIRALIM twice. Kino twice. Alright. Let's do these and we'll call it a night. This game requires so much strategy. Not like that. That was an example of how not to do it. This one here though. This is how you do it. Memorize that. See? See? I knew that would happen. Is that it? Oh, we only needed to do it twice. Okay. SIRALIM twice. Alrighty, one more. And scratch cards. I think it was 3. Nothing. $28,000. God. I have to have a longer look at this list later. What about this one? I don't have very much here. Constructs. Alright. Let's wrap up here. That's going to be me for the night. I'm going to go warm up and have some dinner. Happy New Year's, everybody. Thanks for stopping by. And I'll see you next time. Bye.